And we're back. Yeah, so I thought, so happy to have so many people here, and I'm kind of wondering how we're gonna be able to filter all of these questions out or comments out because the there is a function, just so you're aware, Oscar. I think there's a function. Maybe you should turn it on, but in the mods there is something where you can put on something called slow mo, some slow motion chat or something like that, if it's needed. But I'm hoping that you can. Hey, Gil. I'm hoping that you, Oscar, can try and bring out some questions and stuff like that during the game that you might poke me about or something like that. I also have the Slack up, so I can see if you're writing anything to me here. And please join in, Oscar, and help out with things. I'm gonna try and play this game. I don't know if we're gonna finish today. It's gonna be a fairly long stream. I'm thinking like the rest of the workday here. So we'll see how far we get. Yeah. Yeah. So, but let's see. Interest is so high. So happy about that. It's gonna be fun playing this through. It's going up on Frictional's YouTube later on, so I'll try and repeat all of the questions because we don't want to have the chat on screen. So on YouTube, the chat won't be visible. So I'm gonna just try and repeat all of the questions that we want to answer during this stream. And yeah. So we can start talking about Amnesia Rebirth, released in October 2020 on most platforms. That was a project where, just so you're aware, since I'm the one sitting here on the camera and talking, I was the creative lead on that project, but not from the start. So I came in as an executive producer, and I started off like handling most of the producing part, so a lot of sheets and stuff like that. Not sheets like in sheeting, but sheets like in Excel sheets, and planning and those kind of things. But halfway through, or maybe a little bit earlier than halfway through, we had this moment where we felt everyone felt, so it was not a difficult decision in any way, but we had to kind of change it up a bit, and we had to change the initial, like the creative lead role, and then the role fell onto me. So I took it over. So there's parts of this that I don't know how it came to be. If it's something early in the process, I wasn't like listening in from a creative lead point of view. I was more regarding planning and those kind of things as a producer. So the story, how it came to be, it was fairly set when I came on board and those kind of things. So yeah, but I will try and like bring as much to this dev commentary as possible. But you should know that there's certain things that I don't know. Also worth knowing that this this game, I haven't played it in years now, so I might actually have forgotten certain things and how to play it and things like that. But it's gonna be super fun. Some more people in the chat. Hey, Paravos Bendos. Hi, Stanor. Welcome. And no, I haven't played Alien Isolation. I started it up. I played for a few minutes, and no, Thomas Grip was not creative lead before me. He was on a different project that's been ongoing for quite some time. So, man, the questions are just running here. Yeah. Oscar, I didn't really expect, like, we have 70 viewers now. That's so high. I did not expect that. I'm super happy. We are super happy about that. But we'll try and make the best out of the situation now because the chat is rolling. Hello, Kremtastic. AX areas. So what we will try and do, Oscar will try and bring out the questions and send them on the side here to me on Slack, and I'll see if I can do this. There's like 3 screens I need to handle while playing the game, so it's gonna be super interesting to see how it goes. Yeah, and also Oscar will try and answer a few questions, like the one now that you answered. Some of the easy, like not the easy answers, but some of the answers that might not be the obvious ones to take up in a Rebirth chat. We'll try and focus on Rebirth for this one. Maybe we should do more of that other stuff later on. Oh, cool, Dave. Yeah, welcome, Dave. And yeah. Oh, still people coming through the door. Where did anyone post? This is just, yeah, it's cool. It's super cool. But I think we should get going because we don't have all day, right? So I don't think we should do a continue because that's going to bring me to the end of the game. I can see that on the screen. There's quite a lot of these things here. Let's switch over to and start this up. Let's start a new game. Listening to the scream. Hi, Sino. Welcome. Oh, Sino, weren't you the one asking earlier if you should play Rebirth or not? So maybe you shouldn't be here. There's someone I remember saying like in my I have my own hobby stream on this channel, so I have a few followers that are following me very constantly. I'm super happy about that. It's helped me find my way back to playing games. Been playing Dishonored and Prey and stuff like that. So some of the people in the chat now are my original gang, and we know each other a bit. So like Sinoware, I think you were saying that, asking if Rebirth was a game to play for you, so you should probably okay, you don't mind spoilers. But okay, let's see. We're gonna play the original mode. We're not playing the adventure mode today, but there is, as you know, an adventure mode. Also an interesting thing, I mean, adventure mode was released after the release of the game. What we've done, I think you've seen it throughout. What we did with Soma, we released something called a safe mode. There we felt like the game has this very strong theme, so we wanted people to be able to actually, like philosophical theme, and we wanted players to be able to experience that without having to worry about the monsters. Some people might not be able to play horror games in that sense, where monster encounters is the main thing, and Soma has both of those things, but we felt for that game what was most suitable for it was to bring on that safe mode so that people can actually just play the narrative, so to say. But with Amnesia: The Dark Descent, fairly soon after that, after we released the safe mode for Soma, we released for the Dark Descent, we released a hard mode, because there we felt that was the thing you should do. You should have an even more difficult time with that game. And then, of course, Rebirth came along, and Rebirth is more, I'd say, an adventurous horror game than it is a challenging game like Bunker, for example, which is our latest one. So we introduced an adventure mode, and then for Bunker, as I hope many of you know, for Bunker, Amnesia: The Bunker, we had went all the way, everything. We have easy mode, we have shell-shocked super hard difficulty, we have custom mode where you can customize your own playthrough. So that's a game where the challenge is really the core of it. So we try to do what we feel is the thing to do with these games. Let's see, we have some questions here. Gordon, Lovecraft was still a major inspiration for Rebirth, right? Yes, I would say so. This is actually one of the places where, I mean, the Amnesia universe is inspired by a Lovecraftian inspiration, so definitely yes, I would say so. And then maybe you can say that Amnesia: The Bunker has left less of that, but but Rebirth has a lot of it. From Amber Blue, I actually have a question. I saw many concepts for different enemies, like a sand lurker. I want to ask, why were there only 3 monsters, including the shadow? Yeah. So I'm wondering if we should. Yeah, the sand lurker was there. There was some issues during this game when it came to we really wanted the desert vibe. We wanted this open environment this time around to see what we could do with that. But we realized quite soon that if you can see really far, it's super difficult to make horror encounters, for example. You're gonna see a dot over there and go like, okay, there's something coming on the horizon. So I mean, what we did then was try and look at, can we have something with a sand lurker, something going beneath the sand. But then, and we tried it out. I think we even had a prototype for it where you had to stand on rocks. It became almost similar to the water lurker in that sense, but it just the narrative, and you can sense that from this game, the narrative and the story has the driving seat for this game. So it was super difficult to change things around for gameplay reasons. We had to have this kind of linear path that you followed. Oh, thank you, Pablo Pirakichik. Thank you very much for the sub, for the gifts. So you almost made Dune in the process. Yeah, sandworms. Yeah, it was fairly similar to that, of course. Yeah, so the monsters we have, of course, you'll see it when we play it through, but there is a strong focus on the ghoul. It's anchored into the story. It's anchored into the player journey as well. So the ghoul is a very strong, like, it has to be here for that reason. But then we have, of course, let's not get ahead of ourselves, maybe. Let's instead, actually, I think we can talk about things like this after we experience them. Don't you agree, Oscar? I think maybe we'll try and not, because otherwise it's gonna be almost like spoiling certain things. Singing mode. Let's not talk about sing mode. It's one of the pains of my hobby. I managed to turn a sing mode on kind of like by mistake. I was just turning on buttons on Twitch, and all of a sudden the chat got hold of that sing mode and started to trigger it as soon as possible, which meant I had to sing everything I wanted to say for like 5 or 10 minutes. So I turned it off, but they brought it back by some kind of community challenge, and now it's back. But for this stream, I've turned everything off because I don't want to do that, and I'm super happy about that because the viewer count is like 87. That's not my usual stream amount, the amount of viewers. So I bet not many Frictional fans heard your singing. No, and they should be happy about that, I think. It's painful, but it seems like chat like the pain. So guys, there's a lot of messages going on. Let's go and start the game. If I'm missing out on any of the questions, it's not because I don't want to like answer everything. It's difficult to follow the whole chat, and that's why Oscar is here to pull out the goodies, hopefully. Okay, let's get to the game. Let's have the intro sequence. The game should not be played to win. Immerse yourself in the world and the story. Fear and darkness are your enemies. Very different approach, by the way, to Bunker, for example, which is kind of supposed to be played to win. You can say, because of the challenge.
There is a moment when you realize what the pain has made of you. In hiding,
Let me know if audio is good, by the way.
Unable to show the world your face. Acting on instinct. Lashing out. Even at those closest to you. Time has passed.
Okay, I'm gonna check. It might be actually that I brought this down when I was playing a mod earlier for this. Let's see, audio. Oh yeah, it's very low. Did that save? We gotta check. Yeah, it saved. So back.
And time is a thief.
Better?
It has stolen your memories. The agony has faded, but so has every precious moment of joy. You have been hollowed out from the inside. And there's nothing left of the person you used to be. But you try. You try to remember how to smile. You try to remember how to love. And one day you crawl out from your hiding place and step back into the world. And then, every day, you do what you must to survive.
Yeah, so definitely I agree. Alex Wilton Regan, working with her on this, such a fantastic voice actor, so good and so easy to work with. And with her, like, she has a part French, part English background, so it was super easy for her to do the French accent, and it sounded really good. So it's just can't send enough love to Alex for her work on this game.
What was that?
Nothing. Don't worry.
Pretending it's not there won't make it go away.
Salim, it's just turbulence. It'll settle down soon.
Yes, I know. It's hard though. Your head tells you one thing, but your heart disagrees.
Try to sleep.
I couldn't. I keep imagining what might go wrong.
I know someone who can help you.
And who's that? Maka. Oh, I had no idea you brought him.
I didn't want him to be lonely.
I know, my heart. It's good for him to have an adventure, but he'll be glad when this journey's over, I think. He's had a hard life.
And there's so much more to come.
Alex?
Yeah, him.
Oh.
Yasmin, get up here. Hello. This is the Centre of Algiers. Can anyone read me? Mayday. This is the Centre. Do you read?
Don't forget. Don't lose it. No, come on. Need to find him. He must understand. Don't forget. It's her. It's all because of her. Focus! I am Tessie. I am still Tessie. What? Where? Fight it.
Okay, I think we can. I'm gonna do a bit of pausing here because this is the dev commentary after all. So, first of all, we had this was. Just want to say this was one of the big drama regarding the release with those fear flashes that we call them that you saw, where you saw these images punching the screen. They were even stronger implemented in the beginning, and maybe not these specific, the first ones, but the ones coming later on. People were angry with us because they were saying these are cheap jump scares. And then we went and nerfed them. Yeah, Gio, we nerfed them down. But for us, it was never. We don't do jump scares, to be honest. The reason we had them in was to actually the player should be scared of these moments where they were low on when the fear was high. So to really tell them you're about to collapse into, yeah, we'll get to that later on, but you're about to collapse and succumb to this fear, and we wanted people to really see those, and we used those fear flashes, and we did not realize that they would come through as cheap jump scares. But after watching some of the initial playthroughs of people on like let's plays and stuff like that, we could see people getting scared every time. It was like they got a punch in the face, and we did not realize that. That's super interesting because we were like used to the game, we're understanding how these things were working, and so it was just an easy choice to bring them back down. But the kind of damage was already done. I mean, it wasn't a big thing. People were a bit frustrated with them early on, but we went out fairly soon and decreased them. So yeah, that's one of the big drama things that happened during release. But I think it's probably the biggest one. It was the one that, and then we saw people just saying, oh, bring down those cheap jump scares, and then other people, but can't you see it's part of the gameplay? It's supposed to make you not want to be in that much fear, and keep them in. But we fell for it. So yeah, let's see. We had some questions. Piresh 1, is there a lore reason 3 out of 5 Amnesia protagonists are French? No, there is not. Not as far as I know. As I was mentioning in the beginning of this stream, I wasn't here for the start, so I don't know how the discussions went regarding the when we were writing the story and all of that. So I do not know. For Bunker, I think it was more of a like. Actually, to start with, we just felt like if we do it French, we can reuse certain aspects of the previous stuff, and we made Bunker in a very short amount of time. So, hey Baldoro, good to have you here. So I think it was more of a practical thing when it came to have it in a French Bunker. So no, there's no lore connection like for that reason to France. Sometimes the answer is not what you want it to be. It could also be like just for practical reasons at certain points. Let's see. Big Dandy 21 asks, how do you go about balancing the horror elements between the puzzle adventure elements in a game like this? And are you going to play through the entire game? Yes, I was planning on doing that, but I start to realize that it's not going to happen today. Because if I'm stopping like this, and if we have this many people asking questions, then no, I won't make it today. But then we should just break in, let's say, 4 hours from now. So I'm open to that. So everyone who want to stay for that is welcome. But then we will probably continue tomorrow, similar time, and play the last pieces of it. Let's see. So many new first-time chatters. Welcome, everyone. Scribed lead pencil and everyone. Yeah. So I will continue for a while. You can start gathering questions, Oscar, and we'll see. Highlight my message we got here. Do you know if custom story support will ever be added for consoles like PlayStation? I very much doubt it, to be honest, Lead Pencil. It's so much work in doing that. So we would love to, but it's simply not something we have the resources to do. And we kind of now switched over to work on the next coming games. Welcome, whatever M4N. Oh, nice to hear. So much love going on in the chat right now. It's super nice. Yeah, if you can't watch it live, you can watch it on Frictional's YouTube later on. We'll upload these VODs, and also I will probably upload these VODs here on my Twitch account as well as immediately after this. So, but let's get back into the game. Let me know if actually audio a bit high now from the game. Let me know if that's the case.
Don't forget. Don't lose yourself.
It's all good. Okay, cool.
You are strong. You are tested.
Hang on. I'm actually in too much of a bright space to do it with this low amount of gamma. Sorry guys, maybe you'll see a bit better as well. It's for once it's sunny here, so.
I have laudanum. It will help, but you must try to keep calm, or it will get worse. Do not allow yourself anger. Do not allow yourself to fear. You understand me, Tasi?
What happened? Where are they all? Where's Salim?
Laudanum solves everything, you know, guys. So a couple of more questions coming in. Zoziel, I think, was the one. Yeah, Zoziel, Frederick, did the design of the Wraith change from the first teaser trailer to the final design? Oof, sorry, I actually don't remember what it looked like in the first teaser trailer, but I'm expecting that there might be a difference, to be honest. I mean, we constantly, but the teaser trailer, the teaser trailer was, I can't remember now. It's such a long time. Sorry, I don't know if that's actually in between those, if there's any change. But most likely, yeah. Oh, yeah. Did I forget to answer that one? Sorry. About balancing. Yeah. Okay. This is a bit overwhelming, guys. I'll try and answer everything as best I can. But about balancing horror and puzzle adventure, I mean, it goes with when you do that, you just need to envision the player state. What are the player currently in? Which state are they currently? And make sure that for the puzzle elements, I mean, put Bunker aside. I think if we're looking at Rebirth, which I can't really speak for Soma or Amnesia: The Dark Descent since I was not involved in those. But for Rebirth, it was a matter of pacing, really. It is pacing. You also don't want, for these type of games, the linear ones, the more linear ones, you don't want the horror and the adventure to happen at the same time. Sorry, the horror and the puzzle solving happen at the same time. Whereas in Bunker, for example, that's what's supposed to happen. You are solving puzzles and shit hits the fan, and you you get hunted by the stalker and those kind of things. So that's a different, that it's the core of the gameplay basically, that you are trying to solve things and get interrupted. But for these type of games, you want to kind of give the player a breathing room. And I think it's just a matter of when you design it, you as a designer need to envision at what pacing you want the player to be in, and where will they be at this certain point in time with their mindset, basically. Yeah, Bunker was different. Let's see. Long question here. Hey there, story theme question. I know this takes place in colonial Algeria, and Tassi expedition has something to do with the mining operation, that there are some themes around empire, imperial, but I wanted to ask how much research was done on subject like colonialism and for the story, and how much did fictional intend for that to be a major theme, or is the commentary about empires more incidental? I wouldn't like to reply to that question because I don't know. It's also part of what was already set, so I wasn't part of the initial dialogues when it came to the main strokes of the story. So I'm sorry about that. It's something we would have asked our writer, if Ian, who was if he was still here, and I think it's overwhelming to everyone else as well. So I'm sorry about that, Scribed. I'm sorry about that. I don't know how you want to play it. That's how we do it. Can we send our questions to Frictional Oscar and then he can send them to you? Yeah, that's how we do it. So I'm reading Slack at the same time here. Stanor, was the desert going to be a more important part of the game? I think there was heat management at one point and a sandworm enemy. Yeah. So I was saying actually in the beginning of this stream that we really wanted the desert. We wanted an approach where the game, all of our previous games have been very confined to tight spaces, and we wanted to try and bring out a more open environment. And that became, for many reasons, I mean, difficult to make horror in that. I was doing the example of, let's have a monster attack you, or you encounter and you see it and you go like, there's a dot over there on the horizon, he's probably going to get here in like half an hour or something, and then I'll just avoid him when that happens. So we tried different approaches. Heat management, we had water, thought about like bringing on board water, finding water, but it's also like yeah, we kind of cut some of those ideas away. Heat management as well, and the sandworm, and also focused on the areas that again became the tight and closed encounter environments. So yeah. Answering from the chat will keep you talking for hours. Yes, and we don't want that. I'm already losing my voice. You can hear that. Let's try and keep some kind of pace here as well. But I will try and solve and answer as many questions as we can with the help of Oscar. So we took the laudanum, which means we are kind of in a nice place now compared to a minute ago. And here we have some of the famous the memories. I have to remember, she will die, find Salim. And now I don't think we should try and avoid spoilers this early on. I mean, we can go back to these memories later on and see what they kind of meant, but I think for most people who play the game, they looking at this might have a different view of what this means than the people seeing it for the first time. Yeah.
My handwriting. I don't remember.
So we wake up with amnesia, of course, and we have no clue what's been going on over the past few hours.
That's That's the doctor. I'm here. I'm here.
Crew of the Cassandra, can anyone hear me?
I personally absolutely love this environment, by the way.
This is Ritter. Salim. Is anyone there?
Hello. Hello. This is Tazzy.
Shit, it's broken.
Crew of the Cassandra.
Also this, we can't fly away from here. If this only was working, we could have left long time ago.
We have found
Maybe
him.
not.
I am here with Yasmin. Answer, please.
The doors.
Okay, can't open that. But
There was a hand, I
luckily,
think,
just there.
before.
So here we can see memories, no, sorry, reminders. This is a reminder. We have memories as well of us getting this laudanum from the doctor. We have memories of us drawing this this painting earlier. And then we have all of the memories that we actually saw during the intro, before we ended up experiencing the crash. So here we have all of the different characters of the game actually named as well, so it's easier to keep track of who is who. Yeah. Let's go. Let's get out of here. Actually, this is perfect because I'm sitting in my office with every door closed and the sun is just heating this office up. So I'm feeling the desert heat right now. That's perfect, you know.
Help! For God's sake, help me!
I remember people were hurt in the crash. I was here, I think. Where did they go? Where's Salim?
So I think this is a good time to actually just quickly go over a quick thing about Tasi as the protagonist and being a talkative one, because she's much more talkative than, for example, Daniel in The Dark Descent. Simon was a bit more talkative as well in Soma. In Bunker, for those of you who have played, Henri is not saying a word. So I think for this game, if you go into this game with the mindset that we wanted you to have as a player at least, then the talkative protagonist is an important part of the core experience, because it's not really like Henri's journey is more like your journey in the bunker. It's what you experience with the stalker and stuff like that. But we can't do that with this kind of a game because we have something else connected to you. For those of you who know, we're going to see the spoiler soon. We can say this, I think, for this dev commentary. You are pregnant, for example. We wanted to see if we could actually attach a player to something, to a companion that they brought with them that they couldn't see, and that is the baby. And in a way, we needed Tasi to be the vessel and the communicator between the player and the baby for that reason. Whenever you talk to the belly, you talk to the baby in your belly, that became this connection, and hopefully we could create this connection between you the player and this unseen companion that you had with you. And also Tasi's voice is therefore important. Yeah, let's go. So as you can see, it's a bit blurry. The heat is getting to me. You can hear the famous crackling noise I'm so happy we got
To cry out here.
footsteps in as well for this. You can sit here and get the crackling sound away. You're not frying in the sun anymore. But as soon as you start getting up, but there's no real gameplay in this. It's just, let's call it flavor.
Wait, Hank.
But we've no choice. We need to get them to shelter.
I know. It's Salim. He's hurt. You know what he's like.
Let's get him down there, then you and I can sit on him while the doc takes a look. Don't worry. The caves aren't far.
So this is Hank. He was the leader of the team. Nice, friendly person, as far as we know. Yeah, let's go. Need to remember the controls now as well. This is beautiful, right? Could live here.
Salim! Salim, are you there?
Gordon, the crackling noise reminded me of the crackling noise from The Dark Descent. I think you mean ADD, yeah. Or what can you tell about it? What is it supposed to be? Something in the mind? I know people said that it could be the sound of clenching teeth in ADD. Yeah, I don't know if we know, and if we know, if we want to say. I mean, it's there to represent you not feeling well. In The Dark Descent, it's representing your sanity getting drained. In Rebirth, it represents the your fear increasing. So yeah, what it is, if it's clenching teeth or whatever, that I wouldn't really know. Yeah, maybe there was an original idea for The Dark Descent, to be honest, but I wouldn't know. It's for us, it was like a nice thing to reuse here in Rebirth. But of course, we don't have sanity in the same way. We have fear, but it's pretty similar. What is this? I would like to have that with me. Could be super important. Was that a COVID mask? Let's not start with COVID talks here. Yeah, teeth shattering, yeah.
But it's good, isn't it? People have been here.
So, we'll be shot with salt instead of dying of thirst. I agree.
Leon.
What? No point getting your hopes up. We're in this shit.
Leon. Thanks, T-Sweej. Welcome to the chat. And thank you for the love.
Oh, there is a cave. Oh, thank God.
All your homies hate Leon. He's just misunderstood.
Dearest Susan, dearest Alfie,
Jonathan.
stores don't do this place justice. It is amazing. You've never seen anywhere as busy as the market in Algiers. The smells, the flavours, the colours, and the noise. I may have picked you both up a little something. You never know your luck. All my love, always. Dad.
so happy with the voice acting we got for this game, to be honest. There's not one that I feel is bad, and I love them all. Let's jump in.
Oh, Tazi, look at the hands. Such tiny, perfect fingers. Hello. Hello, my little one.
And these loading screens then, if we look at those, they are also a way of like telling more about where Tazi comes from. So it's kind of like a parallel timeline. That's maybe wrong. It's a past timeline that you get to experience through the loading screens. And all of these together, the memories that you get back, the flashbacks that you get as you progress, the way you talk to your unborn baby, all of these things are like what we wanted to see if we could accomplish with this, what I was talking about earlier, how to connect, how we could connect these, the player with the baby and put them in this situation to make some horrible choices in the end and those kind of things. So let's continue. Yeah, they are heartbreaking. I remember seeing them the first time in game.
It's all right. I can manage.
Come on.
Kind of had a tear in my eye. Some of them are really painful.
Is anyone there? Salim?
It's one of my, I think, one of my favorite shots of the whole game. Love this.
Hold him more tightly, or the stitching will tear.
I'm sorry. I will be still.
Salim, I have you. I have you.
So now we start to realize that Salim is injured.
This is us. Salim and me. I brought this here.
Salim, the type of husband to eat all the yogurt in your fridge, yeah.
What is it? I had something to say to you. A whole speech, something poetic, but...
You don't need to say anything.
I know, it's just... I never thought this would happen. Any of this. You and me, I would never have imagined it.
Salim, there is no one I would rather spend my time with.
Really?
Really? Stop worrying. I'm in love with you, you idiot.
You are my heart, Desi Trianon.
I said no poetry.
Such a poet. Question from Nightcore 4. You will play the old Amnesia too? I don't know. Haven't planned on doing it, but I mean, if there's interest, then maybe we should do it. Haven't played that so much actually, so that's almost, I think by now it's almost gonna be like... So here comes a certain aspect, like our first gameplay thingy. So now we have matches, we have 3 of them, and one of the things people complain about is only 10 matchsticks. Well, that was a balancing act for us. We had to keep it down. If you could have had more than 10, then yeah, it would be difficult to balance the game. Let's see. A map. This is where we were heading. There you can see that we were the draftsman. Engineer was Jonathan, the one who wrote the letter outside. Yeah, the project we were heading on. Here we get introduced to a few more characters, I think. Alex and Richard. you can see they seem to be really happy with each other.
But I can't. I won't stay here. There's something in the tunnels, I swear it.
You won't be staying. You'll be with us, and I'll take care of you. Come here.
Yeah, the Soma one, that would be for Thomas to play through, and I think maybe also if he wanted to do that. Small interesting thing, I don't know if you know, but you just heard Richard's voice there, and I'm like super happy we got. It's fairly small role, but it's actually the main actor for Dirk Gently's. So his name is, let's see, Samuel Barnett, playing Dirk Gently in Dirk Gently's holistic detective agency, or whatever it's called. So yeah. I think he does a really good job with Richard, even though it's such a small role.
My darling Amanda, by now you'll know about the crash, and you'll know that our situation is a bit sticky. We're off for a walk through the desert to see if we can find a radio or a village or some other sort of help. Everyone's putting a brave face on it, but no one really knows what's going to happen. So maybe this is it. Maybe this is the last you'll hear. If it is, I'm sorry, my love. I suppose it's my fault for wanting a big adventure. I should have stayed home after all. Please tell them both that I love them. Tell Susan that she's the best girl in the world. And tell Alfie to look after his sister. Oh, now I'm sitting here with tears in my eyes and my hands are trembling and I just don't know what to write. I don't know how to say goodbye. I can't believe this is goodbye. I love you, my darling girl. I know in my heart we'll see each other again. Even if it's not in this life. You're Jonathan.
Yeah, so as you can see, the situation is pretty bad for this gang. That's kind of what you're realizing here. And here we have Jasmine Chabani. Gonna get a flashback of her now, working for the Sterling Company.
What a beautiful girl. Is that your daughter? Yes. My father keeps nagging me for grandchildren. Did you leave her in Paris? Yes. Is she with her
Yasmin, I'd like to check the Sadiola samples are packed up. Give me a hand.
Of course, Mr. Mitchell. Sorry, Hank.
So also worth mentioning what we took here in the game. So all of the notes you find you can read here, but also the memories. You can actually see all of these memories before opening them up. So like you could go through and think about, okay, what's this? When am I gonna encounter this? When is this gonna get clearer? So. And you can also check the loading screens, all of them here. So we gave like all of the content for the backstory, and it's all in here for you to digest when you have the time, so to say. I picked that up. This actually, if you bring this car with you to the end of the game, you're gonna actually have a fourth secret ending. No, I'm just kidding. Man, some people just flipped out when I did that, right? That would be fun. We should have had that. But our lovely modding community would actually be able to tell. There's no secrets. We can't keep any secrets. I love this mug, by the way. Was not on the surface, but let's go here. There's a lot of notes in the beginning. It's the setup of the game, basically. It's and then we have these Anastasi Trianon. Then we have these kind of notes telling you more about each character that you can find throughout the game and giving you a certain...
I won't bring this up again, but I know this won't be easy on you. First time out again, you know? So, if you want to break, you want to get away from people, any of that, just say it. Whatever you need.
Portable radio transmitter, rope, rifles, lantern boxes. So you know 3 rifles. Malik, Mitchell, and DeVries have them. And here you can also see the crew and who's died. Rachel Holt, Nicolas Mazon, the pilot, died. Yeah.
Where did they all go?
Man.
Oh no. Oh shit. Ava. You were Ava. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Salim, I'm sorry. Without Lucas, I cannot bear it. The rest of you, this is not Salim's fault. I am of sound mind. Eva Ritter.
So Eva took her life because Lucas, who is buried here, died.
I know him. Lucas, I think.
Let's see, we have another question from Kolko's chairman. Greetings, Mr. Olson. I always felt like this game had a pretty troubled development with a lot of drastic changes in the middle of its production. If I remember correctly, Mr. Grip once mentioned that you replaced him on the creative lead position late in development. Is this true? And if yes, then how many things did you have to redo from scratch, and how much was the very idea of the game itself changed since its initial conception? So first of all, no, I did not replace Thomas Grip on this. He was not working on this project. So it was a completely new team. This was the first project we attempted to run as a 2-project studio. So for us, it's kind of interesting, I guess. As a studio, a small studio, working on one project with like 30 people on the team, basically. We have our own engine, and working on one project, going from pre-production and deciding what the game will be, and then after that, production. That's when everyone can be involved in everything. Having 30 people working on pre-production is going to be a mess. It's unheard of. It's not happening. There needs to be a small amount of people working on a smaller amount of people working on the pre-production of a game. So for us, it was important to try and get like the game into having 2 tracks, where we always had one game in pre-production and one game in production, so that once this little team so if we have one game in pre-production, one game in production, and then this the production finished on one of the games, then we could take everyone, like 25 people working on production there, move them over to this project and start production over there. And then another project could start in pre-production while most of the team is working on production of that. And Rebirth was the first game to come out in that process, which meant that Thomas, who had been creative lead on Soma and Amnesia the Dark Descent, he started up one project, and then this gang, we put together a whole new team to work on, with a new type of organization to work on Rebirth. So it was the first time for many of the people in the leads team, for example, to work in these roles. And just very different from that perspective. So Thomas was not creative lead in that. There was another guy who was part of that, who then wanted to take more of a backseat halfway through, and then I came into that role there. And what I had to redo, I mean, certain things was already set and you couldn't go back. It was a learning experience for us all, definitely. I'll let Thomas answer the questions about his project later on, at some point. I mean, so with regards to the second question in your big question there, I guess it's I didn't, like, from a creative lead perspective, redo much. I mean, a lot of it was set, but we couldn't really find maybe the core of the game from a gameplay perspective and these kind of things. So, but since we had all of the levels planned out, the story beats, everything like that, that was the driver. So you couldn't go in and meddle with that. Instead, you had to look at what can we do within those constraints. And that's where I came in then. We started focusing on certain aspects that you will see later on when we play this through, but there are certain things like, I was talking to the team about buckets. We need to define buckets instead of key core pillars of the game. We had core buckets. People made fun of me of those things. But for example, we had this baby bucket or the pregnancy bucket. We had the torture bucket. So we wanted to fill all of these, but we had a monster bucket, like you turning into a monster and things like that. And we had to fill them up to the brim to start and look. Of course, do it in a clever way, but we always talked about these buckets needed to be filled. Fill the baby bucket, folks. Yeah, that's so. We started looking at that, and then we started looking at things like maybe switching around certain aspects of the game. I know, for example, the birth of the baby was supposed to happen at the very end, but we moved that up, and so those kind of things I've been involved in, but it's not fundamental changes in that same way. This is a bucket. Yeah, I even got from Ian, the writer, when he arrived from the UK for a meetup, he had with him two small buckets that he gave to me as a present, where I could put flowers in and stuff like that. So yeah. Okay, let's head into the caves, I think. Actually, now it's getting a bit darker here, so I'm just gonna... Staring into a light like that is not doing wonders for my ability to see.
To those who follow, I am Salim Hanachi. I crashed with the crew of the Cassandra on March 3rd, 1937. I and others were injured. We stayed while the rest of the crew went for help. My companions are dead now, and the radio is broken. I cannot wait alone. There is some sort of creature here. I must go after the crew as best I can. They followed the path through the mountain. I will leave signs. Tazi, if I do not find you, and by some chance you are reading this, know that you are my heart.
Why couldn't you wait? I'll find you. I promise.
Yeah, Yeah, Baldoro, I very much doubt that that my bucket theory or bucket system will be changing any game industry. But I think there's one point, like sometimes when you talk like from a lead perspective, you need to communicate sometimes in a more, if you do too much theory, like talking about core pillars and things like that, I kind of feel like sometimes you need to make use of what you can, how you can describe and make a call for action for the team. So filling a bucket is easier than to think about, like, in how can we fill this bucket. So when doing level design, oh, here we can actually, if we add this thing here, we're putting a bit more into the torture bucket or whatever, instead of saying we have core pillars, which becomes much more abstract and less a call for action. So I think whatever people find as ways to use that in their communication, I think is good. And for me, it felt like when coming into this project, I used buckets as the idea. I didn't talk about bucket during the bunker development at all, by the way. But yeah, yeah, let's continue. So now so this is a dead end, but now we're actually starting with the gameplay aspect. So standing in this, when your dark, what's it called, night vision, when night vision kicks in, that's when you're in darkness, and that means your fear is increasing. So we're heading after Salim now.
I went to see Monsieur Esperandio at the market, but he has no more work until next week. I know that Tazi has savings, and I know that something will come, but it is hard. It is not just two of us now. I want to know that I'm keeping them safe.
So this is just him ripping out small pieces of his diary and placing them as tracks for Tazi to find him.
This is...
Did we have any more questions? Rexer Gaming Z. I have one quick question about the bunker. Was the sanity system considered for it, or it was always decided not to have it? Actually, from the beginning, it was kind of something, since I was the one pitching the idea and everything, the generator was part of the original pitch for this game. The idea, the vision for this game, and the generator is, in my opinion, the thing that is substituting the sanity system. And I was kind of feeling like we can do without the sanity system this time and play on something that actually have an actual tactile effect on the player. So now we're talking bunker. Maybe that's not the right thing, but okay, the question is related in some way. So when you, because bunker, then instead of us having this thing that it's a bit abstract, like fear or sanity system, we have something like the generator that when it has the same effect in a way, because if you sit and wait out the monster, the stalker, for example, in the bunker, that means you're sitting in darkness probably, and that's going to give you, in one of these games, it's going to give you the sanity or fear increase, whereas there it's the generator that's burning, and when it dies it gives you this kind of actual effect where you all of a sudden need to walk around in darkness, use the flashlight. The stalker is much more out roaming. So no, there of course it's been brought up, but it's kind of like just been mentioned, like, should we bring in a sense? No, it's not for this game. And I think what we actually thought about, maybe adding a sanity system as a fun thing for a post-release thing, but it never felt like it really was supposed to be in the bunker game. So it's much more suitable for the previous games, but for that one we had the generator. I hope that answers your question. Yeah, there's a stream of messages, but Oscar is helping out with pulling things out, and I'm trying to answer those. I think that's the best system. Otherwise, you just see me sitting here reading the chat, trying to find out. Yeah.
I'm not sure this is the best idea.
So now, as you could hear, the heartbeat was increasing as I was in darkness, and if I let it go for too long, we're gonna start seeing those fear flashes that we were talking about. But standing here is is basically okay, apart from these little buggers that I can scare away, but obviously not. Sorry guys, I need to increase I need to increase the gamma. This is not because the game, I guess it's dark, it's what we do with our games, but at the same time it's very bright in my room here.
If only I had a lantern or something.
If only I had a lantern or something.
Thank God.
Right?
He was hurt. He can't have gone far.
This also kind of makes it a way for us to track our progress by doing this. Also, moving too quickly with a match actually makes it die faster. There was a note. Let's see. It's one of those Salim left behind.
She's sleeping now. Maybe dreaming, curling and uncurling tiny fingers. I sit here, looking at her, and I still can't believe this. How can I deserve it? Any of it?
Yes, so a question from Alexander Falls. I think my question went on the radar, so I'll try again. Yeah, sorry. I'm trying. Was Laudanum originally a bigger part of the gameplay? From what I remember vaguely, there was only 2 bottles in the whole game, one of which was easy to miss. Yes, that is correct. There was ideas on having it be a bigger part of the game, and also since Laudanum has this don't drink while being pregnant thing, it was part of that, like thinking about that as well. But it didn't really add anything to the core buckets that I talked about earlier. So instead what we did was this, like kept it on the outside. Hey Riveria, thanks for the sub. Awesome, thanks. There's no alerts going on right now because this is more of a frictional stream, but thank you very much, Riveria. I hope that was enough of an answer, Alexander Falls. There was ideas to bring it more into it, but we kind of felt it becoming kind of a side thing for us. So yeah. Gordon Frenchman, are there like connections between Amnesia characters? For example, are there specific connections between Henri Clement and Tassi Trianon, or are they just totally unrelated? I actually, this is not like, there has been different writers on different projects, and I wouldn't feel comfortable answering lore questions in that respect because I might answer them wrongly. I don't know all of the details of the lore myself, so I would say that no. I would guess no, there is no connection between Henri Clement and Tassi. There is no connection. I know that for sure. But when it comes to other people, I think there might be some little thing in Rebirth that ties back to some person mentioned in some other game, but it's it's very far off. I would say. So I'm sorry, the lore master is not here today. It's you get to make do with the creative lead instead. Ramelama, do you prefer controller to keyboard and mouse? Yes, definitely. I definitely prefer controller. I play all my games nowadays with controller. Like 15 years ago I could, I'm old now, 15 years ago I could play games with keyboard and mouse, but I can't anymore. I've kind of just been playing so much console. So, yeah.
Oh, that's better. Oh, I feel so much better in here. It reminds me of somewhere else. It feels a bit like the shrine at Douvres, back home.
This is where the game should end. Live here now. I actually don't remember every single place where there's items and stuff, so Holy Mother, hear my plea. Teen? Looky. I do remember. Oh shit, we have so many. By the way, sorry if the word shit is annoying to you. That's, I can't go without saying that word. In some countries that's maybe a more foul word than it is in Sweden. So you'll have to live with that. Like, it's used here much more freely.
I never thought I'd miss the desert sun.
Oh, here's another one of those. Why did they bring Lucas' Ritter note over here? Must have been Salim. Thought he'd bring it with him. Get a flashback from him?
Yeah, we had a drink. He's okay. Just a bit quiet because his English ain't great. Absolutely head over heels for his wife. Cold fish that she is.
What was that?
This looks a bit dodgy, guys.
Careful.
Oh yeah, made it. Oh, nothing bad can happen here. Oh no, don't drop. Ouch. And those moments then are also part of the gameplay. When you're getting really like overtaken by fear, then you get into those struggles where you have an opportunity to at least a few times try and get out of it by using the sticks. Sorry, just gonna check here quickly. There was a what made you change your streaming time though? No, Riveria. I don't have any streaming times. I play whenever I get a chance, then I stream. And this stream specifically is during work hours because it's like a frictional stream. So this is going up on Frictional's YouTube afterwards. So if you weren't here from the beginning, then you might not know. So that's why it's a bit different. There are no alerts. There are no none of these small things where you can sacrifice your channel points for making me sing or whatever. Those are for my hobby streams. So I've even turned off the ads, so they should. If you see ads, let me know, but they shouldn't be popping up.
There's something. My eyes. Oh. What's wrong with me?
Hang on. Can't see. Am I blind? Oh, it's over here. It's been a while since I played this game, so be aware that I might get confused. Boom.
How did I get here?
So that moment there was us like being taken over by
It's gone now completely.
By fear and actually going into a craze and running like that. Hang on, I gotta check here. It seems like my laptop actually died on me. Let's gonna check. Yeah. See if there's any more messages that I missed out on. Yeah, so if there are ads still running, guys, then I'm sorry about that. I tried turning it off, but there might be some issues with that. Should be turned off. Actually, he was so Kolkos Sherman. Again, this then comes down to me answering like I do not know, since I wasn't here from the beginning and the story lead. Might have thought about him being part of this. So Weyer, I don't remember his first name now, but we actually had some ideas for him to be part of Bunker, to be honest. But yeah, he is the person who... Johan Weyer, yeah, thank you. He is kind of the person who managed to really get the orbs to work with the orbs and like managed to handle those. And I don't think he's mentioned or anything here. Oh, the first ads when you enter stream are mandatory, but when disabled there will be none during the stream. Okay, cool. Hi, Latix50, thank you for clarifying that. Yeah. Okay. I hope that was like a bad answer, I guess, Chairman. But sorry, it's always that case when someone else has been doing all of the details for the story and the world for this specific game, then it's difficult to know all of the details.
What is this stuff?
By the way, why can't I throw? I'm just wondering if this has actually happened on this game as well. I had this problem earlier. Where do we have throw LB, and I'm trying that, but it doesn't seem to do it. Maybe I can't throw this. No, it seems to be throwing it. It's too heavy.
This thing on my wrist, it feels alive. Is it mine? I don't remember.
So now we see this. So as you can see, it's kind of like a compass. If I turn around, it starts to flicker and it starts to point me in a certain direction. I've actually seen playthroughs where people didn't understand that. That becomes a bit difficult, certain aspects, certain parts of the game. So some shit, some weird shit's going on here. No, I didn't want to do that. How did we... Yeah, that's right. Right stick. So I can equip and unequip to open up these small rifts. There are rifts in our, in our world. It takes us over to some weird stuff.
Hey, how are you doing?
Christ's name. How could I leave him? I know it makes sense, everything he said, but it's such stupid fucking self-sacrificing bullshit.
Listen, I know Salim, and I know you. I know what you're capable of. He'll make it, and you'll get back to him even if all hell stands in your way.
I'm so fucking scared, Alec.
I know.
Level door. So Tapir 92, you've managed to break the game, right?
Papa's here, so don't you cry.
Sleep well, Alice.
So Alice is Taz's previous child.
Torches. Someone's been here. Hello? Anyone?
This sound that you heard. That sound that you heard, that's when you get close to this, so that's related to this one, compass. Let's see, another question. Def Danny, were there any criticism about the game that you didn't agree on? That I didn't agree on. I mean, you can read so much criticism. There's like... No, I think it's all personal, to be honest. Some people, and I can't agree with someone saying, for example, I can't stand a talkative female protagonist, or why is this a baby simulator, or things like that, because then you're not looking for this game. And so I don't think that kind of criticism. Then there's like... So if we talk more, those are personal things, but I'm starting to think, what have I read? What have I... maybe some criticism that... I mean, I agree with it. So everything is just personal to people. Like, for example, that we show maybe a bit too much about the dark world. I think it's cool, but I mean, some people would like it to be a mystery, more of a mystery still. I think it's time now to start expanding and showing people some more of this. But yeah, no, I can't say, like, so it's a difficult question. There's nothing, like, I can also understand why people were feeling that there were cheap jump scares with the flashes that we had, but that was not our intention, but they turned out to a lot of people that way. So yeah, let's see. Criticism you do agree on. Okay, Void. I guess you got some answer on that as well then. But I don't think it's for us to agree or disagree with criticism. I just think it's so personal. Criticism is always going to be personal. So hopefully for most of you who are here now, you're here because you gelled with this game in one way or another. So hopefully, or you're here to see what kind of defense I can build for the game. But that's if you didn't like it, I mean. So that's just how it is. That's just how game development is. It's never going to be. You can look at Bunker as well, who's like, if you're looking at reception on Steam, for example, how many people, like, we have Rebirth have less like percentage on Steam than Bunker. Bunker is up to 93%, I think. Rebirth is 77%, but it's reversed, not fully reversed, but it's slightly reversed on when it comes to criticism from journalists, and where they gave like a Metascore that is higher for Rebirth than it is for Bunker. So it comes down to what type of a game you want. And I mean, even for Bunker, there is criticism. Some people write that they can't play the game because of a timer, the generator's timer. Then the game is probably not for you. And I've seen some people who don't cope with it, that run all the time, or that pull the flashlight, even though it's clearly stated that these things make noise, and then they get angry when they get attacked by the stalker. So I mean it's all just personal. Let's see, do we have anything else? There's coming some questions through here again. Oh, also, by the way, how do you usually react to those incredibly game-breaking speedruns of your game? Were there any ways of skipping important portions of the game that even you and development at Frictional didn't know of? I mean, that's just awesome. I love watching people speedrun the games. That then you're most likely that player who is speedrunning it has already played it like it was intended. So I'm just happy if people can find more joy out of our games by doing that. There's only the little issue, for example, with Bunker, since Bunker is built in a way so that you should have to go to each section of the game at least once, and then there was this thing where you could actually operate the prison doors from the outside, and we actually we patched that, because that was not okay, because that meant you could skip the whole maintenance level, and that is core of the game, so we should patch those kind of things. Yeah, wrench skip, yeah, that's no longer possible, but I know there's other ways people can break the game already, so we're kind of okay with it now. But in general, speedrunning and those kind of things, so super happy. What was one of the most important lessons the team learned from Rebirth? From Ramen Lama. Sorry, the previous one was from Kolkol's chairman. Ramen Lama asks, most important lesson. Don't underestimate fear flashes. No, the fear flashes was one thing, but it's easy to, like, I think for that perspective, I think from that perspective, it was a good thing to understand that playtesting up beforehand. I mean, we tested it on people, but no one commented on the fear flashes. It's super strange. Maybe we tweaked them up shortly before or something like that. But then that's like, if it becomes frustrating and annoying for people, then yeah. But I mean, one important thing for me, I think, when having a story that goes over a certain amount of, like, when the story becomes the driver of the game, it's very difficult to change anything, because at the end there was ideas or things that we wanted to do that we could not really do because the story required certain things, or the narrative required certain things, and that, I think, is a lesson, at least for me, and I think it affected in a way certain things. Like, we're going to get to it when we get to encounters with ghouls and stuff like that. We can talk more about it there, but yeah, that there are things where you have this linearity and you need to follow that. You can't cut anything, because then you're cutting a piece of the story out, or there's certain things that requires yeah. There's so many messages. Let's see. What parts of the game did you work on? What parts of the game did you work on? So I'm Xander Blast wrote that. What parts of the game did you work on? I mean, I don't work on I'm the most useless so quote me on this. I'm the most useless person on the whole frictional team. I don't work on anything. But then I guess I work on everything as well. So creative lead role is more like the person who should have the vision and talk to all of the disciplines and try and see how everything gets together. For me, it's more of the lead. The creative lead has this kind of overarching thing where you need to play the game a lot, or test the game a lot, feel the game a lot, dream the game a lot. That's what I did with Bunker, at least. I remember waking up, and also with Rebirth. But Bunker is more fresh in my head, so certain things comes back to Bunker, I guess, from that perspective. But so just coming on Monday, I remember coming on Mondays and going like, we should try this little tweak, or we should try and do this thing because it might influence this feeling or experience. So in a way, and then having tons of meetings constantly. That's what I did on the game. So there's nothing I haven't touched in these games, but but from a technical or practical perspective, I haven't touched anything. So I hope that makes sense. Yeah, maybe like lead an orchestra. The Levio fan. By the way, our questions after questions about speedrun in the Bunker and Rebirth, there is speedrun trophy for completing the game faster than frictional developers. So who is the best speedrunner in your team? I wouldn't say I don't know who is the best speedrunner, and also the speedrunner is those times, of course, is glitchless, so you're not supposed to use it in glitches. So playing the game through and getting to that point. I can be wrong here, but I think that Patrick in our team is one of the scripters, did those 2 times for Rebirth and Bunker that we use for the achievements. I can be wrong. I do think we have, especially fairly recently, we could have people that actually are better speedrunners than Patrick as well. But yeah. So let's see. Then we can continue. If you guys are overwhelmed by this, what do you think I am?
I was able to meet them in the park this afternoon after talking to the factory manager, Dinar. A proud moment. Alice has learned to count to 3 with her blocks.
Also, Salim Anachi is of course played by Abin Galea, also very good voice actor, and it was super fun.
She did. She showed me. There, in the park.
Alex and Abin made some of the scenes together, and while we recorded this, which also was really nice.
Shit!
Oh no. Shit, where did we end up? That's some spooky mushrooms. Yeah, the Amnesia Rebirth protagonists. Also, yeah, Ramen, I guess if I could change something, and we're talking lessons learned, I would probably have wanted to have opportunity to actually move the story along without dropping Tassi too many times in this game. Crazy. Yeah, it's a stunning scene. I love the art done on this. And then, let's see, there was a question, T-Man. Do you remember anything about the Mist Lurker? Can you tell more about it? No, I don't remember anything about it, honestly. That is actually, no. When you say it, Mist Lurker, I go like, I remember we had plans for Mist Lurker, but now I can't remember anything that's valuable to share. I don't remember what we ended up doing, what we had planned for it. Monkey Island, that's some classic gameplay. That's going to be a classic mod.
My bracelet. It's glowing again.
Here we find some notes from Herbert, actually. It's Amnesia lore again. You'll soon. Tassi has some damn slippery shoes.
Oh, Christ.
Were there any from Def Dani? Were there anything you had to cut because of engine limitations? No. I don't think anything that we had to cut in that sense. So here's more notes from, I won't read these, but there are more notes from Herbert, who's lying around here. So this is a clear connection to the lore of Amnesia: The Dark Descent. And I won't go into that during this stream, I think. That's horrible. This is not how you want to end. Oh, I could throw now. Can throw certain things. There are shadows of the dead in the ruins. Oh, nice.
I suppose you are Professor Herbert. I won't be trapped. Not like this. There must be a way back.
Did I pick this up? Yes, I did. His notes have been flying around. So these are, of course, there we have Weir predicted. We at least have a mentioning of Weir. See you out, Void. Thanks for hanging out with us. So this is the place where I've seen some playthroughs where people didn't connect with the
How am I going to find anything this?
with this one. So actually using this is how you traverse this environment. Otherwise it's like walking around in soup. And we don't like that. We know how bad that is. Smashing things, that's my way of going about it, you know. Oh. You don't know what you'll find if you smash. That was not intentional, by the way. Also seen some playthroughs where players have been hiding as soon as they saw this, go like, fuck, I can't go close to this one. But they are safe.
All dead.
So, yeah.
What is that?
This is actually scary, even though I know exactly what's gonna happen. It's unsettling. Did you, from Soskonserv, did you plan to reach out to Daniel and Herbert's original voice actors for voice lines? No, we didn't, I think. And for Daniel, there is only one note, I think. But no, we didn't consider that important. And we also said that the only voices you should hear are the voices that Tasi knows. Oh. So here we go. You can sense a new rift coming in.
What could do this?
Oh no, the engine from the airplane. So here we end up in so sometimes when we travel back through a rift, we encounter these kind of pockets of dream-like environments where Tasi is getting to experience some of the environments of her past.
I have to remember. Find Salim.
Food is ready. Oh, can I see?
It's not finished.
It's terrible. Absolutely terrible.
Get out of here!
So since we're like a protagonist that is alone through this experience, we want to build up characters, some kind of feeling and connection to different characters, and we do that with these different moments, like the flashbacks and these kind of Ministry of Reaction, Ministry of the Interior, Notice of Rejection. So, yeah.
I was 16, I think, and I must have driven him crazy. But no curfew, no locked doors, just this compass. He said it was so I would always find my way home.
I wish I'd known him better.
So do I.
Hey!
Rexer Gaming Z, one more question I have. Did you guys consider adding commentary like in The Dark Descent? I think it's been mentioned, but not really considered. I think maybe we consider it quickly, but never really got found it maybe too much work. There was people had some heavy experiences on the previous ones. As creative director for Rebirth, that was your biggest priority when working on the game, like horror mechanic story. What was? Okay, I can take this. You don't have to write this one. From Xander Blast. What was your biggest priority when working on the game? Like horror mechanics, story, art direction, etc. Everything. Like creative director at Frictional is kind of the one person that should have all of these disciplines as their priority. But for me, coming in halfway through, I guess the things I had to focus on a lot of things. But I mean, art direction, we had a great art lead on this project as well. And the same goes for game mechanics. But I mean, the biggest, for this game specifically, the biggest priority, I guess, was the not story, but the connection between the player journey, player narrative, and the gameplay, I think. So everything focusing on these buckets I was talking about earlier. How do we build these things up? How do we have the player experience certain aspects of them, like the torture bucket I was mentioning, the torture pillar, the monster pillar. How did we so a lot of focus on these moments where the player get overtaken by fear. So I think in a sense I was focusing on the different pillars of the game. Maka. By the way, shouldn't I be supposed to be able to open this door?
Salim?
Oh, okay. I had to walk into.
Salim?
I'm here.
No. Alice?
Oh yes, and sorry I should probably not have paused there, but hey Norris, welcome. Norris is my original mod on this channel, by the way. So original. We had one stream together as mods, I think. Two maybe. But yeah, so one thing, going back to what was most important, I guess, for me, was also these kind of set pieces. They became very important. Like, you will see them in the future as we go on, but things like birth scene. Yeah, we have this moment where we meet. Now my brain. Let me see. Yeah, when we meet Jasmine and the doctor, the teeny nun, the different scenes when pregnancy is revealed. So I think, in a sense, those kind of set pieces became also very important to try and help the team with, like getting them right.
No.
These as well.
Alice!
These type of scenes. So this is kind of like a dreamy reveal of your pregnancy. Yeah, I've actually seen so as a comment to that, Ramen Lama, I mean, I've actually seen people, journalists, writing that this game should come with a warning sign. And I guess, I mean, you could say that about movies then, that certain heavy
Alice?
topics.
Selim? No, it felt so real. Something's different. I feel like I don't fit my body. Oh, what the hell? I'm heavy. My gut feels like... Oh, oh God.
So at this point, the player wouldn't know. The player wouldn't really know, but if you're like a player who looks down and kind of be very, like, what do you say? I forget the word. They can actually see that there's a bit of a bump there now. So in the previous scene, when the baby was hanging in the air in this dream sequence, you could see it growing at the end. So it's something that this trip that you made to this other world, when coming back, time has kind of progressed your body, if that makes sense. Doesn't make sense, but you know what I mean. As soon as I now get into the darkness, I start to get these flashes to tell me that, okay, watch out, your fear is getting high. So, oh, will I make it? No. And now the audio signals to me that, oh, 2.
Maybe it wasn't a dream. Professor Hilbert called them rifts, holes between worlds.
I'm dressed for success, guys. We're going in. Sorry for being silly. This should not be silly. Do we still have it? No. Damn. So as you can see also that these kind of black tentacles coming in on the outside of my screen, they are, the more fear you have, the more
Thank the Lord.
those are pointing out over the screen. Oh. Hat trick. Yes, Baldoro. Oof. What? Oh, someone fix that, please. That doesn't look right. Wow. Yeah, that's a long text. Maybe can we do like this, Colcos chairman? Can you keep this? Can you keep this for later? Can we maybe take it at the end of the stream, so we play through more and do some short questions now? Then I can see if I can read this later on, because now it's like there's 3 messages, so we can have a look at it later. I don't think it has to be. It doesn't look like it has to be here in this specific. Maybe for the beginning of next stream or something, we can talk about that. Where did I go? Oh yeah, I came down here. Can have a look through that hole. That looks gory. These kind of small places I really like as well in the game. We have this kind of small pocket of light.
He was here. He was...
We said we would put him away. What's wrong?
Poor monkey. We should clean him. Stitch him up. He's so tattered.
Oh, my heart. What is it?
Alice. Alice will have a sister. I'm pregnant.
Here's the big reveal.
Oh shit. Shit. I remember. I'm pregnant. Oh, Salim. I remember telling him in Paris. The expedition. We nearly didn't come because I am going to have another child. Christ.
So I think here's a good thing to just have a quick talk about, because this is also a place where we are not sure if we made the right decision or not, from a marketing perspective. Because we decided, based off of the fact that we could see people when they like playtests where people were like coming to this point not realizing they were pregnant and just getting hit with that information, and they go like, especially like seeing fathers or mothers playtesting the game, and they go like, oh, okay, I need to be like really careful about my body in the game and all of this now, and the stakes just were raised for them. And we didn't, as you might have known, we did not mention in any marketing material that you play as a pregnant woman, because we wanted players, in as much as we could, have this experience to change. Like, instead of going into the game, okay, let's see how it is to play a pregnant woman, they came to this point and you had the reversion of like expectations, and the kind of body horror kind of came into play. So it is one place where we still don't know for sure if we did the right decision to not include it. And it's also interesting to see that we got a lot of like articles written about the game, like reviews and stuff, but very few that actually focused on this aspect of the game, because it's a very because this was yeah. Oh, I lost track, sorry. I'm starting to read the chat and then all of a sudden I forgot what I was saying. I think you know what I was like. It's a big important piece of this game, and maybe I think it should have been. It's an interesting aspect to player to try out and see where we could get with it in a game. Am I walking back the same way I came now? No, I'm on the right track. No, I think you're right, Ramen, and I think
Selim?
older people maybe.
No, oh no, please.
People with kids and yeah.
Salim, no, please, my love. I'm here now. Please stay for me, please. My heart, you're my heart. What do I do? What do I do now? We're supposed to find you.
I know I will not live. It does not hurt now. I have lost you, Tazi. It is only for a time. I know you will escape. You carry something so precious. Live for us, Tazi. Live for the child. Live and be free. And one bright day we will all be together again. Know that you are my heart.
Yeah, so that settled our hunt for Salim, and all of a sudden...
What? I can't stay here. I'm so sorry, my love. I'll do everything I can to keep her safe.
Am I on the wrong path? I think I am. Hang on, guys. No. Run! Run! Oh. So close.
Fuck this, I can't do this. Not without you. Not without you. Why did you have to go? No. 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 Don't be so fucking selfish. It's not just about you anymore. Live. Live for the child. Come on. There's got to be something you can do.
So at this point in the game, so up until now, we try to focus the player on finding Salim. Salim is dead. Now we need to find a new and set a new goal for the player. So we're switching it up. The goal now, survive for your baby, starts. So this moment where she's breaking down, but then pulling herself. Oh.
What? Hello? Is someone there?
Oops. Oops. Oops.
Oh.
Oof. Last time I played this game,
I think that's a word for him.
Norris, the last time I played this game was probably 2021. But I played it many times before that. We had another question from Blackburn. Blackburn. Okay, so you're a football fan, right? Did all playtesters like this idea? So, speaking about things we learned during the project again, I think what we learned is actually that it might not be the best idea to bring on board friends and friends of friends and things like that to playtest the game. I guess it goes without saying, but I mean, so what we did on Bunker instead was to actually work together with a partner with external playtesting, with people who don't have kind of favorable relationship to either us or to someone close to us. Because even though we loved seeing how they interacted and did with the game, I think there's still a matter of maybe they are already positively, what do you say, gauged or gorged, or like mindset is already there from the beginning. So I think you need someone who can come in with completely like fresh eyes and no connection to us whatsoever. So I think, for example, just as an example of those playtests we did with Bunker, there was no one mentioning this about the pregnancy, like as far as I can remember during the playtests of Rebirth. Like if you like the idea of playing a pregnant woman or something like that. But in the Bunker, for example, playtesting that, there was the rats, for example, we had them be really aggressive early on, and realizing that people were like super frustrated with them. They couldn't even go like on the side of the rats when they were eating a corpse and things like that, and realize that we need to tweak this so that it's not as punishing, and that there were some playtesters who were like, fuck these rats. And you could see this is becoming frustrating. Still, some people find the rats in the Bunker frustrating, but they need to be frustrating if you go about them the wrong way. But still, it was too punishing for that. Savant, all my homies hate them rats. Yeah. But rats, they would be super annoying if you couldn't find a way to handle them, and if they didn't cover something of important. Everyone hates the rats. Poor rats. Hey, Dawnbreak. Yeah. So the short answer is, playtesters in Rebirth, maybe we should have gone also, we could have used our like friends and friends of friends to do the playtesting, but we should have also done tests with external non-connected ones, and maybe we could have spotted some of that. But we also realized, to be honest, that not everyone will like playing as a pregnant woman, and we took that like, this is what we wanted to test out for those where it works, to see if it can become a very strong, interesting experience that they carry with them. So let's go. But the robots in Alien Isolation, they don't give you any benefits if you handle them.
God in heaven, Selim.
But if you handle the rats in Bunker, you will get a dog tag.
Just look at me.
So here's where we start to introduce the...
I can't believe I forgot this.
So maybe interesting, because this kind of mechanic came from...
Like he said, find the others. Get home. Both of us.
So I mean, some people think it's press B for baby and all of that, but if you look at it from a game design perspective, and if a player goes in with the right mind, the mindset that we want them to have, then this is an important mechanic. And it came from actually the idea. That's one of the things I brought to the project, I guess, because that was not here when I took on the role as creative lead. But I have 2 kids of my own, and I remember my my partner. She was constantly during pregnancy, she was always having her hands on her belly, patting the belly, all of these kind of things. So I started talking about that, and I even wanted her to show me how she did while she was pregnant, and that kind of came from that kind of connection with something inside of you. And I think pregnancy something pretty spectacular if you look at it, like we're carrying another human being inside of us, and that is like a challenge to do from a game design perspective. You guys, that's what we set out to do with this game, try and connect with something in that way, that like for us, especially men, to try and connect with the idea of carrying something within ourselves. It's just crazy to try and do. So we're not trying to give you that kind of strong, I'm not saying Amnesia Rebirth simulates that very well, but it has that kind of connection to it, and how we give you a benefit, the player a benefit of having the baby, instead of just also like, so this mechanic that you see when you're talking to the belly, that can halt the fear taking you over and things like that. So you can use that while being in darkness to kind of make sure that you keep your fear away. So we give the player a benefit from their companion in that sense, instead of it being just a worry and just something negative, like negative in this situation. I mean, the baby, it's not ideal to be stranded in the desert with a baby in your belly. So we wanted to give some kind of gameplay perspective, and where you feel that the unborn baby actually give you a way to feel more safe and less fear. Hope that makes sense. Beautiful. This is not where you should be going, by the way, but if you want to... Oh, I'm forgetting what... forgetting the buttons. Oh, yeah. Oh, shit. Look at this. Yeah, so the controls. I've been playing too many other games. Okay, I used one, got two, so that's a win in my book. So at this point, with what we could see with playtesters, especially with, like, I remember one of the playtesters, he was a father, and when he came to this ledge, he's like, oh shit, no, this is horrible. He'd just come from, like, he had a small kid at home, and all of a sudden, oh no, I can't just drop down here. I need to be careful. How do I do this? And yeah. So it became this kind of awareness of your environment that maybe as a gamer, like with most other player characters, you don't really care if you fall over or if, but here you go like, okay, can I hurt the baby?
I'm from Sudan, Mr. Sterling. This is Algeria.
It might be Tin Hinan, the mother of the Tuareg? It's a strange style, though.
Oh yeah, the lighting, that's the only thing I worked on in this game, so I should give myself a raise then. Only kidding, only kidding. That was a reference to Buttery goodness comment about the person who did the lighting in this game should have a raise. But we have so many talented artists. All of these levels are worked on by different ones. This one, however, was actually quite tricky to do the lighting on, as you can imagine.
There, that building. Oh God, we were so close.
It's not the friendliest of places. Count your lucky stars, old chap. You could have come down in the middle of nowhere.
Don't worry, Jonathan. Supplies, water, a map, there'll be something, even if there's no one home.
Locals will have gathered the place. Bet you.
Locals will get the place. There's our current objective. Yeah, so actually, don't we have a little surprise over here as well? Ah, Scorpion. You stay away from me. You hear me? Nothing? Kel Hanan. So more lore, and of course more things that might be of value or like make the rest of the game more interesting. And we're gonna get through this gate, and then I'm gonna take a very short break, like actually 5 minutes break, I think. Been playing for 2.5 hours. Sergeant Fournier is a fornicator. So we have a Fournier in here as well. Oh. Not safe for work. I did check in here, yeah. You know what to do with this one? Everyone? Anyone? Ah, nothing.
Damn you!
Look, we made a loop.
Not far. What in God's name?
Did the team from Strug, did the team reuse this exact shelf for the bunker? Yes. Why not? Were those pictures taken for the game or were they bought online from Puresh 1? I don't know. I can't answer for every single asset. If I would have been art lead on the project, then I could have answered probably, but I don't know. Let's see. Colco's Sherman again. Also, Mr. Olson, since you were so kind to not ban me for my long ass question, here's a really quick one. I was also a really quick one. I'm not sure that classifies as a really quick one. I was also a little bit confused about the role of Taz's father in the game. He's only mentioned a couple of times, which also made me wonder if he was supposed to play a bigger role, or is he here to just allude to the more symbolic nature of things in Rebirth and psychologically deepen Tazi and the nature of her bonds with Salim and Amari? Yes, the last part is correct. Deepen the... There was never a plan to for the father to play a bigger part in this, but rather to connect to Salim and Amari. Yes. Yeah. Let's do a quick 5-minute. Let's do a 5-minute break, guys. Can we do that? I need to stretch my legs and bring some more water in here and things like that. I will leave this up like this, and when you see it going down, then we're back. 5 minutes from now. See you soon. Okay, I'm back, I think. Yes, I am back. So we've just taken a decision here, talking a bit. This has been pretty jump scare. Yeah, I think this has been fantastic. Such awesome engagement from you guys in the chat. Love answering all of these questions and playing this through, but it's taking more time than I expected. I'm guessing the questions are like getting fewer and fewer, apart from the Sharman user who want to make the longest questions in the world. But yeah, no, your questions are getting shorter as well. But we've taken a decision that we're going to continue for 1 hour and 14 minutes. So at 5 o'clock Central European time, we're going to finish for the day, and then back tomorrow at 1 o'clock, like 1 p.m. Central European time, like the same time we did this one, and continue then. I think that's the best. Hello, Ashen One Sangria. What's your favorite monster design in the games you've created? Oh man, so in the games I've been involved in, I guess, because I don't want to, I want to narrow it down, since I wasn't part of Soma or the Dark Descent. I came in after Soma. Just after Soma I started with Frictional. So I guess I actually really like the Wraiths. I really like the Wraiths, but I've gotta say I even like the Beast from the Bunker is my favorite. But I really enjoy the Wraiths in how they move around, and yeah. But so I really like a lot of our monsters. But we could sit here and talk all day long, and all night long about the bunker and all of these things. So I'm just gonna answer Raxer's Gaming's question. I have one more question about the bunker. Did you guys always decide on a pistol and a shotgun as the two weapons, or did you consider other weapons too? Actually, the game was very it grew organically. We knew about the gun when we started. We didn't really know about the shotgun until maybe we came up with the idea of this shotgunner down there, and then we can pick up the shotgun and have this kind of moment where you decide if you want to attack him or not, which would allow you to get the shotgun. Yeah, so I mean, and then we talked actually about the flamethrower and like this kind of Gatling gun, similar thing, stationary gun. This was my idea that never got into the game, that we'd have a stationary Gatling gun near the entrance, so you could lure the monster back if you were running, and then sit down and just pepper him with bullets. But that never happened. So I mean, we had to cut some stuff. But flamethrower was also part of the dialogue for sometimes. Yeah. The question from Latix50: this will be a full game dev commentary. Yes, I plan to play through the whole game, unless we sit there and talk old memories for too long. I'm gonna get back into it now, guys. Are you okay with that? Instead of so yeah. Flamethrower has been done though. Oh, we missed. Did I miss the moment where the ghost appeared? She's kind of showing us the way. Maybe I missed that one here because I paused. I think there's a hidden note somewhere here about Jonathan Weber, the engineer. So when you get those kind of notes, we brought in a little flair about the person, like a memory flashback.
Ah, Jonathan's great. First time out in the world, and everything's a wonder. It's like having a kid along. Oh, jeez. Sorry, Tessie.
Malik, Leon, let's take a look ahead. Rest of you, hold tight here. Won't be long.
Tazi, what's the sign say? My French is piss poor.
Just that they were a long way from home.
What does the sign say? My French is piss poor.
Precious jewel, and look at you.
So Alice was growing up there on the...
We were here. I remember being scared. Why?
Crikey! Look at the size of this place.
So here's one of the hub areas of this game. It's at least a bit hubby. Key. Fuck.
Like it, he got uppity. Vive la bloody revolution, eh?
Leon.
Over here. I think this is a water pump.
Don't know how many times I've heard that line. I think this is a water pump. And here you have this moment where you can actually see yourself. I don't know if everyone
I'm just not thirsty.
picks up
I
on
should
that.
be, I know, but I don't think I can stomach it.
So there, we had this moment where we wanted the player to have an understanding of how you look, and we'll come to that later. Please remember that moment till tomorrow. There's another moment later on where you can check actually.
Let's take a look in that building on the left there. Malik, you and me up front?
There's a light flickering over there, right?
That's the doctor.
Hello? Can anyone hear me?
So I've been playing these games, Dishonored and Prey and all of that, and I would just go like, okay, there has to be at least 5 or 6 ways into this place. That's not how we did it in Rebirth, though. It's not an immersive sim. But there are multiple ways in, so it's not that far away.
Hello, crew of the Cassandra.
Ramen Lama, did the team ever think about a full French dub? I mean, I'm part of the team and I've been thinking about it, but it was never...
It's coming! It's coming! Through the gate! Come on! Move it!
It's such an undertaking to do a full dub. For a small team like ours, it's not really worth it, so to say. Oil for the lantern. Thank you very much. Got too many matches. Okay, so we want to get through that door.
Hello, this is Dr. Amnesia. Anyone there?
How do we get through it? Could be, perhaps. Could we perhaps use this? Oh, looky. Now all we need to do is fire it. Shish kebab. It's already used. Okay. Maybe we can find more of those bullets.
Hello, Mr. Alex. This is Britta. Are you there?
Actually, isn't the armory? We found a key in there. Maybe we can go here. It's... Arsenal. Sorry, not the armory. The arsenal.
Mama's here, so don't you cry. Shh, shh, little one. I'm here. I'll always be here.
Oof. Battery. How much involvement did you personally have with the story of this game? Yeah, I mean, the story of this game, I mean, it's not me who written the whole, laid it all out, but as I said, for example, I kind of maybe was a driver in things like, okay, the birth scene that comes later, to move that earlier, to have a moment where we take away your companion, those kind of things. And that's kind of connected to the story, if you call like the player journey part of the story here. So those kind of things, and that changed up some things. Also, like when it comes to the Dark World, how that is pictured, I guess partly. I had a lot of input on that, but I wouldn't say like the story is so, like that was written by our story lead Ian, who did like all of that. So I wouldn't take any credit for the story on this one. I've made, like, whenever there was changes, they suggested by me, they were not related to maybe the story, but rather to the player experience and how things I want, for example, the player to feel that horrible sense of losing this thing that they've cared about earlier, like, and those kind of things. So yeah, let's see. Sherman, also, what are your personal favorite moments of Rebirth? That's a difficult one. I have multiple, I think. I would say, I mean, if we're talking moments in the sense of more set pieces, like more cinematic moments, I would say when you meet Jasmine. I would also say I really like the birth scene, the ending, but I also like the moment where you're in this, the shuttle in the dark world. So those moments I really enjoy, from a set pieces and how they like. And then from a gameplay perspective, I would probably say the fort is really cool, but I would I like the so as you can see, I like a lot of the places, but I mean the maze down with the hunting grounds, the also the cistern, also the dark world encounters. Yeah, no, I like a lot of these moments, to be honest. From Big Dandy, is there anything you learned while at Tarsher Studios that you carried over to Frictional? Ooh. No. No. I mean, definitely. I mean, from me personally, for me personally, it's everything I've worked on up until now has been such a like learning curve. So for Tashir, it was super interesting to work with Media Molecule like I did very closely, but that was in a producer role, like always evolving in how you approach leadership and those kind of things and how you communicate with people. But maybe not specifically like for games in that sense. Yeah, maybe creative lead wise, but that was maybe not so much Tarsier, but it was more Media Molecule since I worked together with people there. I started understanding when I took on the role as a creative lead here. I started understanding things I've seen during those projects with the creative lead there. So I guess, but it's all like it's a mix. What makes a personal things. The Leviathan, I love how Stalker have much in common with ghouls, and it fits perfectly for the game. Also, have you thought about making the Stalker able to smell the player like ghouls in Rebirth do? No, I think it's rather that what we did was that we allowed for the rats to become even more annoying for you guys. So we let the rats be the ones sniffing up the blood trails and then kind of signaling and screaming, squealing so that the monster could hear you, because if the stalker could hear you, because if we start introducing another mechanic from the stalker, it's so easy to just say he hears you. Sound is the worst thing for you when it comes to the stalker. So instead, rats, follow your blood trail, make sounds, stay around you, scream at you, then stalker effects. So it's simple mechanics in Bunker. I mean, very simple mechanics that work together. So no, it was never mentioned in that that the stalker himself should be able to smell you. Alexander Falls, this is a very random one, but were any parts of the Roman ruin encounters inspired in any way by the movie The Descent? I haven't seen The Descent. So let's see, the Roman ruins. No, we're talking Rebirth now, right? Alexander Falls. Are we talking Rebirth or are we talking Bunker? I'm losing track here because there are Roman ruins in both. And The Descent, I think I know which one it is. Yeah, the Ghoul Lair encounters. Okay. No, I think I've seen the Descent. Oh yeah. because that's the one where they are down into some caves. It's very dark. I think we actually used it as a reference at some point, but I haven't watched it myself. But it probably has some influence at least on it. Ramalama, what did you think of the music in Rebirth? Is there a track that stands out to you? Oof, I can't really remember now. Let's see, maybe we encounter it while we go through, because it's been a while since I played it now, so sorry. I don't play it as often as you do, Ramen Lama. Yeah, let's see if I find. I think the music is fantastic throughout the game. Absolutely love working with Mikko. But yeah.
I don't remember this place. It smells dead.
Oh yeah, this is also one of the moments I really like, actually. This later on in this level.
Sulfur, saltpeter.
It's been a lot of. I've been working hard on that room with the team. So, if low on sulfur stock, check medicine supply for ointment of sulfur. Boil to extract, not ideal. Makes powder mix in unpredictable. Prefer better than nothing. Ask Kadir in doubt. It's Captain Kadir in doubt. So we can make another bullet. We can light that if we wanna. Can't go through here. Before you take the goods up to the main building, check Captain Delacroix is available. The quartermaster must be present at all times to check the delivery. Do not leave boxes out in the... Yeah. So here we get to know, basically, saltpeter, all of these. We're starting to like build up reminders that we need. Saltpeter is in the quartermaster's stores. Charcoal, we need sulfur because we need it for the tank. This is bunker trap 101. No, but we can actually. How does this look, by the way? Does it look good from this angle?
Shit!
I'm happy it looked pretty good. Let's put on the stove. Turn on the stove. Ooh, charcoal. Maybe we can grind it, right? That's the charcoal. So we got one of the things, I think. Yeah, you can see the green check mark. Oh, you can hardly see it underneath my camera, but more questions from chairman. Always when you see this big lump of information, of text, we know who's coming with. Not really a Rebirth question, but I probably won't get to ask you about your work on your casual streams. But since you've already got to work on some drastically different games and learned your lessons, what would be your dream project in terms of genre, story, etc.? Would you be interested in making an immersive sim game since you seem to love them so much? Oh man. I mean, I hope that my next project is gonna be my dream, my dream project. So if like the next project I work on. So so I think, let's say that Bunker is something I've really enjoyed working on and playing, and all of these things. Like when you get the whole team saying like, I can't understand how fun this game is to test over and over and over again, and I feel the same. That's the kind of games I want to make moving forward as well. Like for me personally, that's what drives me now. Like give the player choice and trust the player to interact and do what's needed. I think there's too few games doing that. Immersive sim, of course, is doing that, but there's very few immersive sims compared to other games, because I wouldn't mind making an immersive sim, no, but let's see what the next one will be. I think for me personally, I think going in the route of the Bunker is probably where you want to go. Like, but bigger. Let's go. This room I was talking about.
What happened here?
These kind of set pieces where, I don't know if you know, but it's possible actually to get in. This is a bit im-simmy. There are ways of actually getting in here, I think. Don't remember how now. Sorry. Oh, you can only break it from the other side, that's right. So, multiple ways of doing this. We can, for example, light this one. Let's try and light more than one. No, too late. Let's get some light in.
Maybe this isn't such a great idea.
Ooh, I hate that sound. So one way of getting in is to take this key and unlock this, but if you check closely, there's something there. Then there's this way in. Oh shit! One bad move.
What's happened?
First death, yes. So this then, from a dev commentary point of view, this then, I didn't die, but I progressed in my monster, like what's happening to my body, you can say. Let's see if we can get over here now. And then that falls down, so we can't get back that way. Tickly, tickly, tick. Oh, he's dead. Actually, he's dead. So here's that second one. Someone was mentioning that there was laudanum in here. Well, here we got the dude who has rigged himself. He's been sitting here, like we can read, I guess, his note, but he's not the person we know, so it's not a voice note because of that rule. So he's rigged himself here because he was hearing his men being tortured just outside by some monster. So what we can do now is do that, but it's more fun if we do that.
No. Damn it.
I nearly died from that. At least that opened the door. And this that you could break if you want to get out without having to interact with the grenade. Oh, there's another one here actually. So, and then on this it says,
they still have ointment of sulfur.
do not use in children under 1 year old or during pregnancy. May cause respiratory distress. Sulfur. That's what we needed. And this note is actually something for you to read if you play the game. I think it's just putting yourself in his shoes. It's like a horrible situation. I kind of like, so you were asking about good like moments. I really like that one. So now we need to put that on, and just so you're aware, the scripter Alex who made this, he made it so that it goes faster if you put on the lid. It doesn't seem to go faster after all. Yeah, it's done. Hello, welcome. Welcome, Lolita the Ripper. So, shit, someone's made a mess here. They could just clean up. Do we have any more questions? Norris, for an idiot that knows nothing about dev work, it's me, I'm the idiot. What is the difference in creative lead and creative director? Sorry if it was asked already. So, I mean, this is very much like there's no rules out there. There are no rules, I think, out there on other studios, what they call their... But from our perspective, so a creative lead is a project role. So that's the person who kind of has the final say of a project. That's how we see it. So I was the creative lead on this one and on Bunker, so that I had to worry about everything, about the vision. Then you have leads like a level down, you could say, that focuses on specific disciplines: an art lead, a story lead, a scripter lead, gameplay lead, those kind of things. But the creative director for us is Thomas, so that's a company or a studio role. So Thomas is both creative lead on another project that he's working on, but he's also a creative director on the studio, just so that we're like, no one questions that. Like for me especially, coming in new to the creative lead role, I go to the creative director for help, for like just it's basically Thomas started this studio, and from a creative perspective, nothing should come out of the studio that he's not okay with, if you see it like that from a creative point of view. I mean, so if you look at Bunker, for example, Thomas, so I had this vision for the Bunker, and Thomas said like, okay, that sounds like you're like quite a different approach with one save. Like if you look at Rebirth, for example, it has a more similar approach to the games we made earlier, where you die, like I did, and I get past it and I can continue playing. And it's more focused on the narrative, whereas Bunker is much more focused on the player's narrative, where you create these kind of dynamic moments throughout the game. It's a very different like core for the games. And Thomas, like, so I brought my ideas, and whenever I felt uncertain about something, I went to Thomas with them, and we're bouncing them back and forth and things like that. But he was also like realizing that, hey, you need to do what you believe in here. And if he started going in and say, no, Fredrik, you shouldn't have one save point, you should that might become frustrating, those kind of things, I think Thomas just felt like then I'd lose interest in maybe the project, and instead he said, okay, let's go with it. And I remember him saying afterwards, he was a bit worried but at the same time he was very happy and proud of what we created with the Bunker. So I mean, sometimes you need to lead, like a creative director at our is more of a like, and Thomas is really good with those things, like just people need to burn for the stuff that we do, otherwise trying to change them or since he had his focus on other stuff, he couldn't go in and be the lead on Bunker, for example, in that way. So instead he's just like a overarching role for the studio. I don't know. Oh, by the way, where did Jens? Oh, he left the studio after Soma. So basically, he left and I came instead. You can say. So we're missing one. Did I answer your question, Norris? Basically, project and studio, that's the difference of the focus of the roles. So it's the same. So Thomas would say, I'm the creative director. He's the creative director of Frictional Games, but he would also say that he's the creative lead of the next project that he's currently working on. But I very much...
He is. Look.
I very much doubt that is the same on other studios. So they're a creative director or game director or whatever. So it's just up to every studio to try and find their own. Radio.
Stop talking, Doctor. Got to get to that radio.
Yeah, the fort is really good as well. I gotta say, it's a really... I've started to get flashbacks. So I like this environment as well. I like a lot of stuff in...
French trooper, I suppose. Trouble with the locals. Could be. Bite marks too, see? Hyena, maybe. A damn big one. Didn't finish its meal.
Trouble with the locals. Hyena. Actually, Ramen Lama, I remember I think I went into your stream when you were playing this section, maybe your first time. That was pretty fun. You were kind of just sitting in one of these rooms for a while. Is that correct? Am I remembering correctly? Maybe not your proudest moment. It was fun watching. Sorry. Yeah. Hang on, guys. Sorry, shouldn't have jumped out just there. Oh, still don't remember that.
Look.
Paris. You can read more about this Kellenan people, kind of religion. That's a hole. Shit, I forgot about that one. That actually scared me a bit. Something. Someone just, or something just did that. Mr. Olson, were there moments when you felt truly terrified while testing and creating Rebirth? Or did you approach from a more mechanical side of things? Actually, I'm a bit of a scaredy cat when it comes to playing games and watching movies. So I think I was really, I have an easy way to to channel fear, and I still get maybe not now with Bunker, but for a long time, like I played Bunker much more than I played Rebirth. So during the development, so I think for example, when we made a decision to move the Stalker into the walls more, and him sitting in the holes and just making noise, and you seeing these things, that that moment when we moved that, I went to Thomas and said, hey, I think we might have made a too scary, the game too scary now. And Thomas like, sounds good. And I was like, no, I actually mean it might be too scary, because I had a hard time playing it. So I mean, in the end, you probably, I mean, I've seen the monster in its glory. For example, the stalker, the ghouls, the wraiths. We've worked with them for so long, so in a way, they don't scare you as much as a regular player that don't get to see them that much. So, but in the end, I'm getting tense. And scared by these things, but I think that's really nice, because it's easy to. I also seem to have an ability to immerse myself into the games I'm playing, and even if I played them before, I can immerse myself, and that helps a lot with like getting scared. Norris, unsure if you can answer, but I've always wondered, in any given level, is there deliberate thought put into how many matches there are to find? Oh, yes. I mean, yeah. But it's difficult because, and I think maybe we have some kind of, I don't know if we have, I think we have some kind of balancing act there where if the player has a certain amount, they can get, if they have very few, they might get more from a certain pickup. But this is like that balance, and that means sorry, starting to get a bit tired now from playing. But yeah, there are definitely balancing acts to every single level, and that's up to the design lead on the project that kind of works more with those things, because it's a gameplay specific thing, and also there might be some cheating going on, for example, with if the player has fewer and things like that. So we had, you're saying that you're holding back on monster design? Strug says, what? Why did I say that? Holding back on monster design? I don't know. What did I say that? I didn't fully follow that. I don't know if I said something that could have been misinterpreted as that, but I'm not. I don't think we're holding back on that. Lolita the Ripper, I don't know if someone asked you about the... okay, you already got the survival gameplay overhaul. Yeah, I played it twice, even. I think maybe only one is up on my YouTube, because I didn't know how to export these previously. But yeah, they are awesome. I don't know if Saint is still here, Saint Conqueror, who made the mod, but he's a constant follower in these streams as well now, so we played it on that. Absolutely love it. Adds such a cool thing on top of things. But yeah, Strug, did you I mean making them less scary? No, yeah, you must have misunderstood that, Strug. No, we're not making the monsters less scary. No, that would be bad. What I meant is that I get desensitized to them when I work with them, like we are designing them, seeing them as a 3D model and all of that. That's what I meant. Then I get desensitized, because the question was if I get scared or not. So I guess I get less scared of the looks and the sounds of these monsters, because I've heard them so many times in different ways. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Kip Carell. Thank you, and happy to have more and more people coming through here. It's such a big stream, this. We're playing for 25 more minutes. Let's see, can we maybe actually Oh, I'm getting stuck here. Can we actually maybe get through the fort in that time? I think that would be a good goal. I want to get up there. I want to get up there. And as you can see now, when I walk into the darker areas, you start hearing the crackle. Okay. Winch from the elevator. Stirred. So they took the winch and put it on some kind of trap? The winch should go in here.
This is going nowhere. There's something missing here.
Something missing here. Oh shit! What? I'm out of... Am I out of... I heard something. Need more matches. I thought I had so many matches, but now they're all gone. Here's one. Here's 3 actually. I need to... So you really don't want to stand in darker areas. Okay. You can do clips if you wanna, Norris, that's fine. Don't mind that at all. So hang on. We need to find that trap. It's not here. So maybe over here. Kitchen.
Kitchen. I suppose I should be.
I said it first.
Thirsty. I just feel a bit sick. I don't think I could handle food.
Oh, where did it go? No. Did it fall out of the level? I needed that. Damn you. Oh, sorry. Yeah. This is my last one. There we go. Looky, looky. Oh yeah, we need to fill this up as well. This is a medium one, there's a small one. Refill lantern. Let's use those, so 6 out of 10. Ah, you haven't seen the lantern in its glory yet.
This
No.
is stuck solid. Damn it, I've got to reach that radio somehow.
So now you see these kind of flashes are coming. They were much more heavy on the on the heart. The first version we released. So I'm starting to reach a high level of... Oh, did I not pick up the... Did I pick up... Yeah, I picked it up. Okay. So we're going in here to find the last third ingredient. This is actually something I was pushing for personally, that I wanted this to be the case where you go like this and you go like, what the heck? What's going on here? I didn't want it to be as easy as just putting this one in. People were saying, oh, it's gonna be physics that can break, but we made it. I'm happy about that, because it's like some people are just scratching their heads when this happens. It took you 2 hours to do that. Keep girl, okay. I'm sorry about that. I think it's more fun. And did you feel stupid when you found the solution? Any more questions, by the way? Yes. Oh, why from Cremtastic? Why did you decide to add the safe rooms in Rebirth? I really like the concept. The door locks and soothing music feels great. Yeah. No, because you have this kind of high tension. It's kind of pumping just higher and higher, and you need to have a release of that. So that's why we. So you need a release and a way to interact and put yourself, if you can do that by yourself, actually close the door, lock it, and feel that it feels much better than us just introducing an area where you walk into it, you start to hear, oh, nice music. It's better if you go in there, close the door, and lock it, because then you've actually done something yourself. And here's the only Daniel letter. This is written by Daniel from the Dark Descent, right? Found an unfinished letter from an archaeologist to his sister. Now the sniper will shoot it. Oh yeah, the cannon has been... and also people are scaring themselves with this shadow. I've seen that many times. What? I'm gonna act. Yeah, I don't have that many achievements left actually. This is one of my favorites. Little scares is in this.
Bastards didn't die fighting. Look at this chap here. Suicide.
Why? Why would they do that? Look, what's this? He drew straws.
3 balls. Here's one of my favorite. I don't know. It requires some stuff to trigger. I'll see if we can do that. It's one scare that I really enjoy here. Oh, okay, come on. Don't remember the requirements for it. Yeah, I think I remember now. Yeah, you need to enter twice, yeah. So this was what you were having problems with then?
It's not going anywhere in 3 minutes. Come on.
Now we need a 4th wheel. Because what we want to do Let's get it to fall.
This floor doesn't look too steady.
Oh, look at this guy. Am I really scared? Oh yeah, see you, Oscar. See you tomorrow. The wall ate the dude. So it's only 14 minutes left before we end. I'm just gonna check if if Oscar posted something else before. Was there any more? I have one other question for the bunker. We're from Raxer Gaming Z. Were flashbacks considered for the game for the bunker? No, I don't think we ever really cared. Like it didn't. No, it didn't feel like flashbacks were a thing in that game. I think the intro, the ending, I think tied it all together, and then everything between. But it was more like that game. We said like the vision for that game was for the bunker was there should not be a dull moment in that game. Everything should be challenging from the second you wake up in the bunker. Is it already time to answer my mega question? Okay, guys. Let's see if we can take your mega question, like the final question, because now Oscar left. This always looks so strange when you see it in. Oh, hang on. Wrong buttons. Another scare coming up if you're worried. Ooh, a big one. I shouldn't signal the scares, by the way. I will. Nothing. I challenge every one of you to write a long question. Yes. We can see if we can do a few minutes of that before we end, but then for more questions, I think we should stop with questions now because it's so few minutes left. I would love to finish this part of the game before we leave, and then we can continue tomorrow for those of you who can join. Ugh, come on. So let's see if we can trigger this now. It's quite a fun one. Maybe I need to go over here. There we go. Here we go. Oh no! So now fear is taking over. I need to try and struggle this. Yeah, I'm managed without dying. Okay, but I need to hurry up. I'm only keeping it. And now we can talk to the baby a bit. See if we can. I think that might not be possible just yet, by the way. Let's grab one of these, run back. Oh, shish kebab. Okay, that should do it. Rolling. I think they are triggered by a bunch of different things, but not the fear factor. Come on. Come on. I need light now, because otherwise we're gonna... poor guys. From a horror perspective, I really like this room, by the way.
Crew of the Cassandra,
Yes.
can anyone hear me?
Hello? Hello, Doctor, are you there?
Yes, yes, I'm here. Ava, is that you?
Oh, thank God. It's Tazi. Tazi Trianon.
Miss Triana? Tazi? Are you well?
Yes. Well, no. Not really, not at all. I can't remember anything. I'm pregnant. I'm lost. Salim, a fort. I'm in a fort. We were here before, I think. I don't know. Doctor, where are you?
We have found help. People, a village. But Yasmin, she's not well. The fort? Yes, the fort. Go through the mountain pass, and it is maybe an hour beyond there.
Once or twice, Big Dandy.
Yes,
Once or twice.
yes,
I
see
played
the
it
village
before,
here
yes.
on the map. Oh, thank God.
No, first time.
But,
Sorry, first time.
Doctor, please, there's something else. I keep blacking out. It feels like I'm losing control.
I am aware of your recent problems, Miss Triana. In fact, not get help.
Doctor?
As quick as you can. There may still be a chance.
Doctor! Dr. Mathieu! Damn it.
So, sorry, there are no news on our latest projects. You're taking the opportunity to ask those questions now when Oscar has left the modding scene, right? Ah, yeah. Can't go there. It's okay. Need to go this way. No, it wasn't against the rules, Keep Girl. It's okay.
This place gives me the creeps.
It's just that I told Oscar before, you can take those questions when people are asking us about our upcoming projects. You can answer those in chat. So it's more of a, yeah.
Can't hurt you now.
Ah, Jesus! Jonathan, look out! The door! Get to the door! Everyone! What do we do? Move! The keys! Lock the damn door!
So the quartermaster. Oh shit.
Mother of God.
Jonathan, he was so nice. He wrote those nice letters, do you remember? Okay, so we need the saltpeter somewhere around here, right? What's in the quartermaster? Look, it's in there. But it's locked, so I guess we need to go this way. What the hell? Oh no. Shit!
One.
We survived. Shit! No, 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 come on.
Fuck. Oh. I think it stopped.
So, okay. How do we get... We need to get back in there, right? We need the saltpeter. This is the part where I give up on playing Rebirth. You say that, Sino? Okay. Damn, I ruined my pants with this part. It's a nice build-up and then... So we need to get back in here. This is one of my favorite things that people actually miss. So, ever wondered where Jonathan's head went? I mean, the guy lying out here, he's lying here. No head, but if you go in here, and a lot of people miss that, you look, oh, blood and stuff, and then you go like, what the hell? Poor Jonathan.
These fucking angels. It was a dream. Just a dream.
Yeah, it's so strange. We must have put it on, like, that's a game dev issue. You think you put it in a place like, okay, of course people will see this and find this, but then you see a playthrough after playthrough and you sit there and wait, and they go in there and then turn around exactly missing that place. It's fun.
Shit. Fix your leg. I can make it. Get them through. It's coming. It's coming. Okay, come on. Malik. Malik, goddammit, get over here.
We ran from that thing, that goal. After it killed Jonathan, we escaped. Through the big gates into the pass.
It's a small jump scares here, but actually that jump scare was here to, if players hadn't seen this, kind of triggering them to look there. Yeah, it's correct. It's very easy to miss things that are high up. So when I've been playing Prey and Dishonored on my stream, I always have to force myself to continuously go around like this and look up, because it doesn't come naturally. So we need to just put the saltpeter in here, I think. Right? We need to put all of the stuff in here. 1, 2, and le 3. And we have a new bullet.
I've got something.
A boulet, as they call it in.
I still have all my fingers. Yes.
France, right?
Head up and
Gordon,
try it
Boulet.
out, I guess. Who's that little one?
Kitty cat.
Kitty cat. Still a happy story, that one. Still a happy story. Okay, we're about to end this stream now, guys, but we're gonna shoot ourselves out of this hellhole first and into
Ready.
another one, maybe?
I almost wish I had that creature on front. Well, what could go wrong?
That's okay, right, guys? Are we ready? 1, 2, bullet! That hurts every time.
Alice? Little one?
You talk about auberge. Auberge. But guys, I'm the one who've been working on a game about French people, so I have to be right that boulet is the word we use for tank guns from now on. Okay? Boulet.
Fuck, that hurts.
Oh, on the belly.
Oh.
On the belly.
God, little one. I felt them break, but they're not broken now. What the hell? Are you alright? I don't know how to tell. Shit.
Oh, yeah. I meant bullet, but I say it in my own way, yes. Okay, guys, I think this is it. I'm going to do a save and exit here, and then I'm going to read that long question that we had earlier, because I promised to do so. Or do you have it there so you can post it again, Chairman? Or I don't even remember what. Can you find it? I can find it, I guess. Four big paragraphs. Can you even see that far up in the chat? No, I think you need to repost it. Thank you, Tatsoni. Welcome to the channel. Yeah, and I think tomorrow we'll be going through the game. We'll be going through the game faster, because I think you guys had a lot of questions initially. They start to get fewer and fewer. So let's see. Here we have the new the question again, the one I promised I'll try, and I haven't even read it. Let's see. It's like, is this your diary we're reading? Okay, if you don't, so Kolkos Chairman says, if you don't mind, I'd like to continue with my previous line of questioning about the creative process behind the game in its early stages, before you went on with your breathtaking speech about buckets. You did mention that there were long discussions about figuring out the core of the game itself. Long story short, my question is, I did have a suspicion that the whole concept behind the bunker sprang from ideas the team could not realize with Rebirth. For example, from the super secret follower of Rebirth, I do remember that there was at least talks and concepts about the whole surviving aspect of the desert, where there were resources like water flasks, concepts of the same locations in the light of day and in the grim of night, where there would be monsters appearing and stuff like that, which kind of overlaps with the idea of bunker, where you are able to stockpile your resources and prepare for the lights going out. Also, the previously mentioned Sandlurker also seems like we could be part of that, would be part of that. I did put the pieces of the idea of this kind of survival together even before the bunker was announced. So so it really seemed like some kind of foreshadowing of ideas the team was very eager about, could not implement in Rebirth. So in a way, Bunker does seem to do literally everything that Rebirth wasn't able to, terms of horror and game mechanics, almost like an antithesis to Rebirth. Did you happen to think of it this way, or is this just my wild imagination and schizo theories, and the idea for the bunker was its own thing from the beginning? Answer is yes. Okay, thanks for today, guys. I couldn't help myself. No, you are right in. I mean, you're right in a way. We've been talking about this as well with the ghouls. We wanted the ghouls to come out of holes and in of holes and have more emergent or like dynamic gameplay with an AI for the ghouls, and the same goes for the desert. We wanted to have more mechanics in the desert, and you're absolutely right in what you said, that we had water flasks, we had day and night time, we had the sandlurk and all of these things. But in a way, I don't think that bunker was, there was things with bunker that I felt like, okay, we felt like that there are certain aspects of Rebirth, for example, like the linearity of it, the flashbacks and those kind of things, and just would be refreshing to make a game where it's much more open, much more, we reuse those dynamic ideas we had of a dynamic monster encounters and those kind of things. So yes, it's definitely things that came out of Rebirth that boiled into Bunker, and Bunker can see it as an effect of that, but not like all of the ideas we didn't get to do in Rebirth got into Bunker. That's not the case. And Rebirth is about the story. It's more about Tassi's journey than it is about the player's journey, in a way, I would say. But of course, the player is there for it, and we want to attach and latch the player onto Tassi. But it is like, for example, many of the moments that we encounter now during this gameplay would be similar to what you would encounter if you play the game yourself. We would have similar moments, whereas if you play Bunker, that's what I mean, it's more the player's journey. We would share war stories from the Bunker that are quite different from each other, and what happened at this point, at that point. Whereas here it's like, okay, do you remember that scene? Yes, I remember that scene. So it's different types of games, and in a way, maybe we had those ideas of these kind of mechanics, but couldn't really fulfill them because the story, the narrative is there, and it should shine. And with the pregnancy, with all of those things, that was the focus for the game. And those kind of mechanics and dynamic encounters and stuff like that would interact, would kind of like, what do you say? It will conflict with the story and the narrative too much to introduce them. Okay. I hope that was a long enough answer for you. What are you saying? Oh, okay. I shouldn't read out all of these comments. Now we're starting to get into the dodgy comments from certain Discord members. But thank you, guys. So I think this was part 1 tomorrow we'll continue part 2 at the same time as we started this one. So that's 1 o'clock, 1 p.m. Central European time. And that's also then, just see if 4 a.m. PST time. So let's continue tomorrow. Thank you so much. This was a fantastic stream. So many people joining in. I'm over the moon. I think Oscar is as well. And absolutely fantastic. We'll hope we can continue this tomorrow. Thank you. Sing mode activated. No. Not for these streams. Okay, guys, have a nice evening or day or wherever you are, and see you tomorrow. Bye.